Hello and welcome back to another episode of Critical Reactions with your host Bryan. We're going to wrap up this week with an album review where we look at an entire album track by track, exploring what each track does in isolation and how it works into the larger artwork. Today we're going to be looking at some Sufjan Stevens, particularly the album Age of Adz, which came out in 2010. Now, Sufjan is an artist that we've checked out a few times on this channel and has kind of been hit and miss for me. We listened to a couple of tracks that I thought were fine. I appreciated them from a distance. I really enjoy the way that he takes pop music and puts an artistic spin on it, trying to expand it out and explore that pop sound in less shallow ways. But they were songs that kind of bounced off of me casually. They were fine, but nothing I'd return back to. Then we had 4th of July, which I had the totally wrong take on entirely. The music told me something that was way off. My interpretation was just wild on that. And then most recently we listened to the song Shit Talk, which I think came off of his most recent album. And that one brought me to tears, an absolute masterpiece of a song. So like I said, it's kind of 50-50 on where I land with his work. I don't think we've listened to anything off of this album in particular. I recognize the album art. It's possible we might have listened to one of these on a live stream, but off the top of my head, none of these song titles stand out to me. But I'm kind of hoping that I walk away from this one a bit more positive. On the flip side, though, it's a long album. We're looking at 75 minutes here, but what's really wild is that aside from the last song, we have a pretty standard 50-minute album here. Not too long, but not too short either. All of the songs are less than 8 minutes in length, most of them sitting around the 4-minute mark, I think, is probably what our average would be, 4 to 5 minutes. And then we throw in the 11th track, which is 25.5 minutes. It stands out as a massive outlier and ramps the album length way up there, almost adding another 50%. Yeah, went from 50 minutes to almost 130. I mean, it's a third of the runtime there on that last track. That's just wild. So, we have a lot of music ahead of us to cover. This opening track is only 2 minutes long. I'm probably going to run it into the second track as it's most likely an intro. That would be my guess. Anyways, let's dive into this and see what Sufjan is bringing to the table with Futile Devices. So this is 4/4, but I feel it in groups of 3 and 5. Looking at the larger, looking at eighth notes, which gives us 8 hits. We have the two guitar-esque sounds. I do like the muting on the end of that ornamentation. 2 with resonant, 2 that are muted. Very nice staging on the vocals here. a beautiful expansion here. Just a couple more ornamental ideas to fill in spaces. Oh, it just ends. I think it's interesting that in the chord movement we have on these synth pads, that feels very reminiscent of the vibe we were just in. But all of the chip tune and the kind of the warbly sounds, it crafts a very different atmosphere. And so there's still this tie to where we came from, but really this track just feels different. This has reminded me of a song that was popular in the 2000s, maybe even a little bit of the 2010s, about catching fireflies or something. I don't know, I'll look it up. I'll be able to get y'all a title to that eventually. It's very rich in the production though. The variety of sounds. It's certainly too much though, I think. It's difficult to keep track of the structure here. I think we're in the second verse, or maybe an expansion of the first, or sorry, chorus, second chorus, or an expansion of the first. It's kind of chaotic though. It's tough to get a hold on anything. There's so much going on. Oh, we have a 7/4 here too. Have the vocals been so focused this entire time? This is the third passage we've heard with this repetition. I can't remember if we had different words at the beginning. It feels so long ago. Yeah, and this is... interesting to break this 7 up in 5 and 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how I feel the pulse, because that's where the accents come in. But you just counted 1 through 7 if you were, because it is in 7/4. I do like individual ideas here. Those slidey pitches in the mid-channel are nice. The flute runs are beautiful. But it's all lacking context. None of it fits. It is interesting that all the chaos is coming together into something defined by the chaos, though. It may not really make traditional sense, but it does. It makes its own sense eventually. It's definitely too much, though, that's for sure. Yeah, so that's interesting. So, I've talked about in the past that one of the things I like about electronic music is the plethora of sounds that can appear at any moment, not being locked into real instruments, not being locked into a set amount of musicians or a set amount of hands that you have to compose for. You can just put in everything, no restrictions. This pushed my limits on that. I don't think necessarily because there's too much happening, but there's too many disparate ideas happening, compositionally and even sonically. And that kind of ties into another thing. Another element of music that I tend to praise is layering, of building up concepts, of adding depth through harmony and counterpoint and polyrhythm and ornamentation. And this certainly pushes that too far as well. It's a song that takes many of the things I really love in composition and pushes them past the boundaries where they are sonically acceptable, I think, and we end up getting too much of it. And that's the point, right? The song's called Too Much. Lyrically, that phrase was probably said 100 times, and musically, it's too much. Like, it all lines up in a way that it can't just be a coincidence. The music was designed for this express purpose to be too much. Almost, in a sense, at least for me, too much of a good thing. Ooh, even the lyrics are too much. I mean, that's more of a negative. I don't like repetition to begin with, but the lyrics are very repetitive. There's too much of the words, of the phrase too much in here. So, yeah, I think that's all done on purpose, right? But man, I don't know where to start with this. There's so many directions I want to go in. I think just to put an addendum on this, I mentioned that there are too many sounds. And I don't think that's necessarily it. I just think that there's too many competing sounds. When you listen to, put on your favorite rock, metal, even pop, put on your favorite house electronic track, pull up some trip hop, whatever, listen to whatever genre of music you like. There is a unification of sound in metal. especially your death metals. Everything is aggressive. There's compression, there's distortion, there's overdrive on all your guitars. There's a lot of compression on your drums. Your vocalist is usually putting natural compressions on with their growls. Everything is generally in the same sonic style. Does that make sense? When you listen to trip hop, there's a dullness to a lot of the way that the electronic sounds are crafted. They're designed to be sort of a mix between high intensity or high energy music with a dull roundness to the attacks, so that there's a chillness to it. The drums tend to be a bit more laid back as well and less aggressive and explosive. It's about crafting the timbre of the instruments to seem like they fit together. This doesn't do that. We have really low bitrate compressed like chiptune sounds in here. We have high fidelity stuff. We have acoustic sounds like the flutes. We have crunchy synthy stuff going on in here. We have high-pitched chirping, very sharp and directed. We also have rounded out bass tones. We have some sub-bass in here. Everything is kind of doing its own thing. It's an eclectic smorgasbord of sounds. To bring a visual metaphor to this, most music dresses everyone similarly. That is to say, everybody shows up to the song in a tux or in raggedy jeans and a band tee. Whereas this, we have a wide variety of outfits on stage that visually clash. That's what the music does for me. These sounds are cool on their own, but they don't work within the context. That is, until you look at the bird's eye view, the really big picture here, and it works because it's all out of context, and the chaos of it is what actually makes it work. It fits in because nothing fits in, but it also means that everything isn't fitting in. It's creating its own sound, but that also makes everything stand out. And that, I think, is what creates the layering fatigue, at least for me. I think we could easily have all of these same ideas, all 15 layers towards the end of the track, if they were all of a more uniform coloring. This ends up feeling very mixed media. We have watercolor, we have charcoal, we have acrylic paint, we have colored pencil and crayon and marker and printer ink all on this page. And yeah, it all does form together into this cool little collage-y thing, but everything also does kind of stand out because of that. It doesn't feel unified. It's its own thing, but it's its own thing through contrast. And so it's really difficult to get the big picture on this because there's too much sound. Okay. I don't know what this album's going to be about. Age of Adz, though. The first thing that comes to my mind, unless ADZ is an acronym for something else, is the age of advertisement. About being bombarded with information. Did we do Age of Adz before? Not the album, but the song. That's kind of ringing a bell. In fact, this topic is kind of ringing a bell. Let me check this real quick. Won't take very long. Let's see. No. I could have sworn. This all feels very familiar to me. I could have sworn maybe we did Age of Adz on a... Oh, we couldn't have done it on a live stream because it's 8 minutes long. Anyways, the idea of being bombarded with so much information that it's difficult to think straight and make proper decision making, because by the time you've filtered out the garbage information, it's been replaced with more garbage information. And the age of advertisement, of seeing ads everywhere on billboards, on cars, in your phones. Any screen you look at is going to have an ad in it. You do a Google search for something, and the first three things you see are ads. You go to watch a YouTube video, and there's ads. They're everywhere. You're bombarded by it. There's too much advertisement. I don't necessarily know if that's the direction they're going. Of course, it's ADZ instead of ADS, and that could mean something totally different. But yeah, that's kind of what this feels like to me. We need an inverse of this song. Instead of too much, call it just enough. And it'd be the ad blocker version. Too much ad blocker rendition. And there's very minimal music in here, so you can just really pay attention to the melody. What else? Oh, yeah. The beginning of this track really threw me off. Well, I suppose we should start with Futile Devices. Very simple song. Not a lot going on. In fact, too much ends up being a drastic schism. Well, I guess there's a schism there between tracks 1 and 2, where you were in this one very safe, comfortable sound, and then you're thrust into the chaos of everything. It's a very large divide between these, swinging from one end of the spectrum to the exact opposite. Futile Devices, though, gives us something very small and quiet. Very gentle, light vocal deliveries. There are two of them. They harmonize, but they don't really create a wall of sound. There's nothing imposing about it. Just very gentle and relaxed. We have this light guitar stuff going on, and this little ornamental thing off on the left. It's very light and flowery and shallow, in a sense, comparatively at least to Too Much. We just have those 4, or I guess 5 lines. The 2 vocals, the 2 guitars, and then the ornamental guitar. I don't think we had drums on that track. I really like that. It's chill. It's light. It's generally brighter, but there is a little bit of solemnness to it. I don't necessarily think somber would be the right word, but it definitely isn't pure major scale, bright, happy, cheery tones, but there is a positivity that is a core element of it. And then we have this false safety, and the song takes us into Too Much, and it begins with some wild electronic sounds, gurgling, bubbling, crackling, just whatever. There's just a lot of sound going on. And then from there, the vocals come in with a very interesting first and second notes. I think I even made a face about them. They weren't dissonant, per se. It's not like they were out of tune or just highly clashing with the rest of what was going on, but they were very odd choices, very unstable notes to start a melody on. Usually when you're crafting melody and even chord progressions, you want to start from stability, lead into instability, and then resolve back to stability. So you have a strong start and a strong finish, and you have some conflict in the middle that allows your strong finish to feel good. Just like a story. You look at Lord of the Rings, you start in the Shire and there's a party. You start happy and safe and normal, and then you do the journey. And this is where all the contrast happens, and the tension and the anxiety. And then you finish strong. You return back to the normal. Granted, there's character arcs and all this stuff, but you return back to the happy. That's how melody is written too. That's the narrative of like 99% of mainstream melody. And here we start off very rocky from the first 2 notes. It almost sounded like he was singing in the wrong key, not one that created tonal dissonance, but one that just didn't start where I expect melodies to start. It might have made sense if the song was in that key, but it wasn't. And so it sounds shaky already from the beginning. And from there, things just got wilder, more and more diverse sounds coming in, and everything I talked about regarding this track. But even right there from the very beginning, those sounds in the first 15 seconds and the first two notes of the melody, I knew I was in for a wild ride. And yeah, he delivered. This is, much like a lot of Sufjan's work, something that bounces off of me casually. I don't want to listen to too much again. It is too much. But from an artistic perspective, dude's nailing it. His intention for the song is a solid theme, and the execution on it was fantastic. I think it sets out to do everything that he wanted it to do. I have no complaints about the song from that perspective, but it is just not anything I'd want to return to, ever. There's nothing in this song that I liked casually. Nothing that sounded good to my ears. By design, of course, but still. And it's really tough, too, to talk about music like this, or especially to recommend music like this. This isn't the first song I've listened to, nor the first album I've checked out where I'm probably going to walk away from it saying, yes, that was a phenomenal album. Everyone should check it out, but I never want to listen to it again. I don't know if that's how I'm going to be on the album, but we've listened to other albums like that and songs like Too Much. I just find it really difficult to talk about that because music, I think, for a vast majority of people is supposed to be about replayability. I mean, how many of us... Yeah, I don't want to speak for everyone. I'm going to speak for myself. Every album that I've purchased has been something that I've wanted to put repeat plays on. There are things that I would put into an endless spins category if I was making an album of the year list for whatever year it came out in. They're songs that I find to be generally fun in some capacity, whether it is musically fun or melodically fun, or it just makes me feel good to listen to. Even if it might be heavy, aggressive metal, it's fun to listen to. And so anything that goes against that, that's a bit heavier, that's moodier, that's artistically intense, I think it's difficult to recommend that kind of music to most people because the default listening state is fun for a vast majority of listeners. It is why mainstream music consistently is shallow but fun or good to listen to or easy to listen to. It's why any song on the top 100 of pretty much any list is going to be a song that isn't artistically strong. And I'm sure some people will take this away with a negative thing. Yeah, that's why, mainstream music sucks. Or that's why pop music sucks or anything like that. But no, it's just a totally different way of listening to music. I think very few people go to an art museum expecting to find fun art. They go there to see the good stuff, to find that artistic merit, to find the painting that will change their perspective on things. They don't go there to dance or whatever the visual analogy would be for dancing to music. But they go there to be transformed. Society just treats different types of art differently, and part of that might be the commercialization of music, whereas art kind of hasn't reached that point yet. But it does bring up some interesting conversation I don't think I've ever really stopped to think about before, is that people consume music in a different way than other art forms, and usually it's an entertainment type form. I guess not too dissimilar from film and television, where the art house stuff is more difficult to recommend to people than the fun Marvel movie or something like that, the popcorn flick of the summer. Anyways, I'm getting a little off topic here. Let me go find some lyrics for this stuff, and then we'll push forward. Futile Devices is a song about what seems to me a platonic friendship, but one that goes beyond probably what most depictions of friendship in media, especially between two men, is portrayed as. Talks about being mesmerized by this other person's face and staying over at their place and feeling very safe and comfortable. Says, verse 2 says, when you play the guitar, I listen to the strings buzz, the metal vibrates under your fingers, and when you crochet, I feel mesmerized and proud. This idea that the other person is multifaceted. They both play guitar. They don't really say what kind of music, but could be rock, could be pop, could be even metal, who knows. But then this is contrasted with the idea of crocheting, a type of, what would you call the umbrella term for like knitting and sewing and making stuff out of string? Anyways, crocheting is one of those. And so they can make music, this ephemeral thing. You can't really touch music, but you can see it, it's production. But they also create the physical. One that's also very masculine, playing the guitar, and one that's a bit more feminine, crocheting. Saying this person's multifaceted. What's really interesting, though, is the twist on all of this. Between the two verses, we have a bridge that says, I do love you. Verse 2 ends up saying, I would say I love you, but saying it out loud is hard, so I won't say it at all. And in the intro, it says, I think of you as my brother, although that sounds dumb, and words are futile devices. So this whole thing is about how this person doesn't quite have the words for what this relationship is, and I think it is a platonic type of love. But how do you express that in a society that doesn't really showcase that? The only time in media we really see two men say that they love each other is if it's a father-son relationship or if it's a queer relationship, but never two straight friends. And so I really enjoy this song just from that perspective, that he just doesn't understand how to express this emotion. There is no teaching for it in this world. You just kind of have to roll with the punches and see what happens. And he seems a bit too shy to take that risk. And so he just avoids it altogether. And I think it's interesting, too, very well done, that the song is about this safety, this comfort of being in this other person's world, to orbit around them. The song I mentioned was very small and quiet and chill. Those were the descriptions I used of it. But safety, I think, works in there, too. I mentioned that his vocals are very light and airy, just very comfortable. There's that comfort. Yeah, the music does a fantastic job of crafting this warm blanket sound that goes along with this safety, that this person feels this warmth of being around this person. Yeah, very well done. Something else I want to add on real quick that I didn't think about while I was talking about it is that I mentioned that despite being soft and quiet and chill, that last track also had something somber about it. Yeah, his inability to speak his mind, to put what he's feeling into words. As he ends the song, he says, words are futile devices. They don't ever do what we need them to do. Yeah, that song works really well. Now, this one, it's also about love and about a lack of love in a way. The first one's about an inability to express love. This one kind of says that too, but it's also about a loss of love. Verse 1 implies that a relationship is over. It says, if I was a different man, if I had blood in my eyes, I could have read your heart, I could have read your mind. But now I'm lonely instead. So I'll put up a fight. Pick up your battering ram, love. I want to see it. I read that more so as passion. If I was passionate for this relationship, I would have fought for it. I would have learned how to read minds and hearts. I would have, in a sense, I think, understood you better. Not necessarily been able to read your mind, but been able to see your body language and understand it. So that these things that were bottling up over the years didn't surprise me when you vocalized them. That's kind of what I get out of that. And so the inverse, after all that, he's like, you know what? I want to see your passion now. Let's go. Bring out the battering ram. Let me see what your passion's all about. The chorus then says that there's too much writing on that. There's too much love. Those two lines over and over and over. Verse 4 shows some introspection of an introvert. It says, maybe I talk too fast. Maybe I talk too much. Just give me that sensitive laugh or that sensitive touch. Even if I could have kissed and even if I could be the blood, I'm so sorry I tried, love, I want to see it. So there's some self-defeating lines in here. I could have been better. I could have been more passionate. I could have gone after that kiss. I could have talked a little slower or maybe a little less. Just ways to be more of an interesting person. He says, all I want, though, is the sensitivity of the relationship, whether that's a laugh or a touch, just the little things. At the very end, says, I'm sorry I tried. Coming back to the line, I want to see it. I want to see that passion, I think, is again what this is about. And that's it. Everything else in here is there's too much writing on it. There's too much love. Until we get to the end. And it says that there's too much writing on that word. The relationship could be so many things, but it all comes down to the word, the one that can change everything. The first time you tell someone, I love you. Why does so much ride on that? Why does it carry so much weight? Can we have relationships where we don't use that word? The L word. No, the other L word. Love. Yeah. I don't know. Well, let me rephrase that. I do know. It is possible. But I don't think too many people are open-minded enough for that. For the feelings, the emotions to be fine. The last song just said that our language isn't strong enough to describe the way we feel about people, and this song says that people want to hear a single word or they will feel like they're in a failing relationship. But sometimes that word just doesn't work. It's not accurate or not strong enough or not right. He wanted this relationship to be something else. The person he was in a relationship with wanted a relationship built on love. Maybe not of a feeling or an emotion, but of the word, and whatever that word might mean to them. I'm sure the relationship had love in it, though it seems that our narrator could have probably put a little bit more passion into it. They might have seemed a bit distant at times and standoffish. They're definitely described to me as a bit of an introvert, a shy person. And maybe that also ties into it. How do you say you love someone when you're shy? You can barely work up to talk to them at all. They want to hear this word and you don't know how to say it. You might feel it, but that word doesn't match your feelings. And now we have miscommunication. The word love means two different things to these two different people. Language is failing, as Sufjan mentions in track 1. I mentioned that musically this is a massive shift from the first track, but I actually love the way that we mirror and parallel the same ideas thematically in the lyrics. Even musically, I'd mentioned that underneath all of the noise and chaos, there is still that warm synthy beat and pad and atmosphere going on that relate to the first track. I had no idea what that was supposed to mean in the moment, but these songs are two sides of the same coin. And I find that really interesting. Alright. I'm going to push forward into the longest non-closing track on this album. This one's just over 8 minutes long. It's called Age of Adz. It's our title track. Let's see where Sufjan takes us next. Why does this sound like it was made with the Final Fantasy VII sound font? It sounds like it's made with a bunch of PlayStation 1 sounds. I kinda love it, actually. Like, seriously, we checked out One Winged Angel a few months ago, and I'll put the link up for that. Tell me that that song doesn't sound like this. Vocal cracks, tense harmonic layers, the detuned echoes, the panned phaser sounds. Said I mean about art pop. It definitely sounds like a pop song, but there's also so many choices that would never make this mainstream. Which kind of makes it wild that he has 9 million monthly listeners on Spotify. Such a bizarre. It's triumphant, which you would expect driving percussion to, and all of our rhythm section is just dragging their feet and trying to slow this down. Like a wall of people trying to push a parade back. The operatic column response is interesting too, especially since it feels inverse. Sufjan is responding to the operatic call. In all reflections, I see a method, I see it all. And what about you? And what about me? Are we the lost of lost? Don't speak too soon, don't be Fruit of Loom, don't excite yourself. For what you see is not fantasy, is not what it gets, but this is the age of Adz, eternal. Oh, the Age of Adz? Like ODDS? I can't wait to get to the annotations on this. Oh! brass. Why? It almost feels purpose-built as an anti-anthem. Instead of using every new line to help something feel anthemic, everything feels like it wants to tear the song apart despite an anthemic vocal melody. Something that's supposed to inspire positivity and an energy, and then the song does everything to disrupt that. The Jingle Bells is an interesting choice there. The echoes did the it's a little rise and fall, and the primary vocals didn't. And it chose to let the echoes do something the original didn't. That's wild. What does that mean? It does feel a little long, which I remember saying the same thing about Shit Talk until I read the lyrics, and then the length made sense to me. So maybe that'll happen here too, but Sufjan just has a thing for, or Sufjan has a thing for really long moments that don't go anywhere. I don't know. It kind of feels like it wants to come together here, but it just isn't.
Though I have known you for just a little while, I feel I must be wearing my welcome. I must be moving on. For my intentions were good intentions. I could have loved you, I could have changed you. I wouldn't be so, I wouldn't feel so consumed by selfish thoughts. I'm sorry if I seem self-effacing, consumed by selfish thoughts. It's only that I still love you deeply. It's all the love I've got.
Alright, that was very interesting. Alright, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this one. So it's not the Age of Adz, it's the Age of Odds? I'm not sure what that means. It certainly makes a lot more sense than advertisements, especially when you bring in that Z, which I was already a little focused on, and the album art doesn't really say anything about that either. Like I mentioned during the reaction, I'm really looking forward to getting to the lyrics and particularly the annotations on this one to see what that's supposed to be. But musically, pretty much everything that can go wrong in a song, so to speak, does in here. There's harmonic, rhythmic, textural, melodic ideas that just clash. Every level to this song has elements that just don't work. They don't belong. They're not designed to be together. I still think that it's the chorus, I believe. I'm realizing now, 3 songs in, that structure is going to be very difficult to discern on this album. But yeah, the chorus, I think, has a very uplifting, triumphant, energetic chorus line, vocal line, melody. And then underneath it is a bass guitar and the drums and some brass, I think, that just feel like they're trying to drag the song down. This is very great imagery. Again, much like Too Much, from an artistic angle, I can see what's going on here. From a musical angle, this is bonkers, though. And this is to me just, it's the highlight of it. What's supposed to feel like an anthem ends up feeling anything but. Every moment of this song, every newly added line feels like it's working in opposition of what has come before it. Which is really interesting, because we're not even looking at opposing ideas where there is a left and a right, a correct and a wrong, but an idea that just wants to go forward, one direction, and every other new idea tries to pull it in a different direction. It's like every single new concept in this song comes from a different track altogether. Much like Too Much, the ending of this song tries to pull everything together into something cohesive, of making an identity out of the chaos. I don't think it worked too well this time around, though, and ending on more consonants tied together writing, I think, is supposed to showcase a growth of whatever the chaos is. A trimming down of the fat and finding what needs to be. Forming a sense of unity amongst the noise. Finding that calm and peace. Maybe. The ending comes out of nowhere. There is nothing that can have me as a listener anticipate where this song ends up, and that's wild. I don't think I have anything else to say on this one, because I'll be honest, I don't know what happened in it. At least with Too Much, I had some sort of higher topic to work everything into, the concept of too much, but this one is just competition. Every idea is competing for your attention, and it's not doing it congruently with the rest of the song. It's like 10 different songs fighting for your attention simultaneously, and it is... I don't know. It is a rough track to listen to, and I wager thematically it's going to come together. Sufjan has a tendency to do that, but listening to it, especially with that extended bridge, can we call it that? Minute like 5 to 7, just really doing nothing at all, being a lull in so many different ways. There's just a lot of stuff in here I did not enjoy listening to. So let's dive into some lyrics and see what is going on there. So we have another song about a relationship, and one that fails, and one where the narrator is shy. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Although this one is written a bit more cryptically, I'm picking up on some things, the annotations help with others, but I have a bit of confusion. I'm really only able to grasp the broad strokes on this one. Verse 1 actually kicks the song off in the same way that the song ends. It says, "Well, I've known you for just a little while, but I feel I've known you, I feel I've seen you when the earth was split in five. So all the way back to the beginning of time. That's how long it feels like I've known you, despite our relationship only being such a short time. The song ends, now I've known you for just a little while. It's not about feeling like it, it's an acknowledgement and more objective one. Our time together has been short. It says, but I feel I must be wearing my welcome, so I'll be moving on. We see growth of character just here in the first and ending verses. As usual, there's a little bit in here about how the other person could have been better. We have an apathetic character here. It says, oh, you keep from trying, you keep from caring, but you are the life. We see you trying to be something else that you're not. We think you're nice. So it's almost as if they feel like they've seen the true person of this other person that they've developed a relationship with, and they're like, you're a caring person, you're all about life and living it, but this persona you put on, you try to be someone else, someone who's nonchalant about everything. You try not to care, or you even try not to try with things. Everything's just effortless or whatever. We know that's not who you are. He says, but I see it now. A little more cryptically, he says, I wouldn't be so. I wouldn't feel so, but it's a running wild. Not quite sure what that means. There is this repeated idea that I think relates back to love here. He says, when it dies and it rots. But when it lives and it gives all it's got. This shows up all across this song. And I think it's the idea that when love dies, it takes everything with it. But when love is strong, it lifts everything up. And it never stops. Ironically, it will stop eventually. And so verse 2 digs a little bit more into this. Some of the ways that this other person treated them in the relationship and what they wanted out of it, and how those two things never quite lined up. Verse 3 shifts that repeating stanza about rotting into, when I die, I'll rot, and when I live, I'll give you all that I've got. So as long as I'm alive, I'm yours. You just need to, want me to take me for who I am. Right before the outro, though, he says, I've lost the will to fight. Fighting for this relationship this entire time, trying to help this other person be who they are rather than hide behind this facade to make things work, has drained them. And so he leaves, as I mentioned at the beginning, when we get to the outro. Now I've known you for a little while, and I must be wearing my welcome, so I'll be moving on. It says, my intentions were good. I could have loved you. I could have changed you. I wouldn't have, though. Those are just my selfish thoughts. I'm sorry if I seem self-effacing, consumed by selfish thoughts. It's only that I still love you deeply. It's all the love I got. Bringing back that core idea that as long as he's alive, he'll give it everything he has. But he's also very wrapped up in what he wants out of a relationship. And this other person, they're not linking up. Things just aren't clicking. And he'll always love them, but he can't keep fighting for something that the other person isn't fighting for themselves. So, yeah, we have a song lyrically about two people who want totally different things out of this relationship, or maybe even out of life, and they're just pulling each other in the wrong directions. Neither one of them is helping the other achieve their goals of walking alongside them. They're both attached to they're handcuffed together, wanting to go in opposite directions with totally different plans. of how to get the handcuffs off. The old movie trope there. You walk in opposite directions, and you get pulled back. No, we're supposed to go this way. That's what this feels like. And so the song is a bunch of mishmashed parts, puzzle pieces from separate puzzles that were never intended to go together, but they're trying to be smashed together to form a picture, and even if you smash it all together, that picture's garbage. It doesn't form anything worthwhile looking at. It was never intended to be viewed in that configuration. It's best just to take all the puzzle pieces apart, separate them into the ones that are supposed to fit together, and put the picture right. And so that's what he does. He separates himself from this other person and tries to move on. Unfortunately, I think he's just going to move into another terrible relationship and feel even worse about himself, because that seems to be the pattern of this album. But at least there's an attempt to get out of something that isn't working and find something that is. So, that takes us to track number 4, I Walked. I have no idea how I'm going to handle breaks here. Most of these songs are too long for me to run them together, but they're also not super long either. And if we take a break after every single track, we'll be here all day. So, as usual, I'm just going to play it by ear. If there's a lot to talk about after a song, which, I mean, that's been the case, right? I'll pause and do some analysis. Otherwise, we'll keep rolling. So with that said, let's dive into I Walked. This is the third song where we've had vocal delay, right? The harmonies are nice, although on Age of Adz it was less nice. But I wonder if it's supposed to be about people being out of sync with each other. The harmony is always a tad out of phase rather than perfectly in line. There's also a really weird rhythmic pulse in that last section. Oh, I think it's because the drum pattern. We emphasize 1 and 3 and then 2 and 4, so it feels late. Well, we have snare on 3 on both of them, but the bass kick comes in on 1 for bar 1 and 2 for bar 2. So it still feels delayed, even if it isn't a total shift of the phrase itself.
I went crazy, I was wild with the bride.
very vocal dominant too, not just with the delay on the vocals, but also the choir on the outside of everything. There's two synths that kind of bounce around, and the drum kit, but otherwise, it's like 5 vocal layers here. Alright. So coming off of both Too Much and Age of Adz, we have this one, which is rather cohesive. Everything fits together sonically, harmonically. There's a little bit of rhythmic oddity there with the drum pattern shifting from accenting beat 1 to beat 2, but otherwise, everything works in this. And I find that wild to come off of pretty much like 15 minutes of music to something like this. I like it. I think as far as palatability, this is the most palatable so far. Futile Devices certainly was too, a unification of vision there, but it was also only 2 minutes long. So this is the first proper song, I think, where we have this the strong identity of what the song is, what they're doing musically. That's not to say that Too Much and Age of Adz don't have an identity. It's just their identity is the chaos. It's the identitylessness of it. And this one, where is our first full song where everything is working cohesively together. And it creates an atmosphere, I think, that reminds me of Futile Devices, where it is kind of chill. It's not aggressive. It's very rounded off. It's very safe sound. But it also has somber elements to it. It isn't happy, but it's not really sad either. But one thing that really stands out to me that I'm starting to see a pattern on is the vocal delay. Too Much, Age of Adz, and I Walked all had it. Futile Devices didn't use the delay, but they did use multiple backing tracks that Sufjan recorded each of. So we had a unity of voices there, but everything after that has been this out of phase. You'll hear one vocal, and then it over here, and then it over here. Like I mentioned, I wonder if that's supposed to be about... Ooh! Futile Devices is about two people very in sync with each other. Whereas Too Much, Age of Adz, and maybe I Walked is about relationships that are failing. Where the people participating are no longer in sync with each other's goals, what they want out of each other or out of the relationship. And so they have slipped out of sync with each other. I wonder if that's going to be consistent through this album. But yeah, we utilize it a ton here. It's more harmonious though. Age of Adz had some sections where the main vocals ended up clashing where with whatever notes the echo was singing at that time, and it created these heavy dissonant moments in that track that always felt a bit odd to me. They fit with the vision of the song. I don't think it was poor execution. It's just never really sounded good to my ears. And that's the point of it too, right? We're making messy music because it's about messy people and messy relationships. I get it. But like I had mentioned, this album's shaping up to be something that I enjoy the one time through. I'll always appreciate its artistic integrity, but not something I'm ever going to want to put in a CD player again. And, we're about, as far as time goes, there's so much left. But as far as track listing, we're coming up on the halfway point, and it's fairly consistent so far. But yeah, the duality or echoing of the vocals, I wonder if we'll keep seeing stuff like that. There's something else I wanted to bring up here. Oh, yeah, we don't really have any weird sounds. I mentioned we had the synths that are kind of bouncing around up here, and we have the drum kit and a nice bass synth tone, and then the vocals, and we kind of like a lot of vocals, and then the choir on the outside. And that's it. As far as layers go, this is very small compared to the other two tracks we listened to, and it's all very functional. The drums keep a steady beat throughout the entire track. The bass gives us chord progressions. The ornamental pads they do ornamental stuff, quick runs and cascading notes and stuff. Just ways to pretty up the sound. And then we have the melody from the vocals and the counterpoints. It's kind of counterpoint as the different stanzas or different lines end up overlapping, but it's also just kind of harmony in it. And then we also have chords from the choir. They just give us these really wide foundational sounds. There's nothing chaotic in here. It's all, I don't want to say it's the bare minimum. Probably could have got away with less, but we have a couple of foundation instruments, a lead instrument, and a couple ornamental ones, and that's pretty much what you need to write a solid song. So it's interesting to hear it deviate so far from the last two tracks, which have just been bonkers as far as depth goes and layering. But all the sounds, again, they come together into something cohesive. Everything here is softened, it's rounded down. It's not really dangerous. In fact, I'm curious if the lyrics are going to be a bit closer to Futile Devices, given that the song is a bit safer sounding. But it kind of blows apart my hypothesis about the vocal delay in here. So I'm really curious what direction that walks in. That's called I Walked. Pacing. Too much was poorly paced, but I felt that it worked well because it was about too much. So we had too many ideas, we had too many different distinct timbres, we had too much repetition of the same words, and that led into too long of a song, too much length. It works really well from that perspective. But Age of Adz ended up having this really lengthy bridge that I alluded to a little bit not that long ago. And it just never worked for me. Like, the song was already a bit rough on me, but the heavy repetition towards the end of the song just really, I wanted to check out so badly. Just, come on, Sufjan, move to the next idea, please. This one kind of sits in that realm too. It's already a shorter song. In fact, other than the intro, it's the shortest song we've listened to so far. I think it could have been shorter. 10, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, actually, maybe if we wanted to get aggressive with cutting things out. None of the songs so far, I think, have really worked well with their length, aside from Futile Devices, which came and went really fast. Part of that, I think, is a hyper-focus on a linear type of storytelling. The lyrics go by in a blur. We get this idea, this idea, this idea, this idea, the song's over. There is no wasted space in there. Whereas every song that's come after that, there is a moment where the song decides to say, you know what? I don't care what we're doing. We're going to focus on this atmosphere, on this vibe. We're just going to hang on to it for a while. Hey, Sufjan, man, just repeat the same phrase over and over for me, please. Just let's get some repetition in here all over the place. And just like jamming with this one idea. I don't know. It hasn't quite worked for me yet. I think the vibes are beautiful. I love the production on this album so far. But none of the ideas musically have grabbed me in any way that made me wish, hey, I wish this was a little longer. It's usually the opposite. So I'm curious where everyone else sits on that. And even more importantly, I suppose, what would be the purpose of these interludes? With Age of Adz, I might be able to read into it that, as I mentioned, there's character growth from the first stanza to the final. Maybe this is supposed to imply a passage of time. I kind of also think, though, that Age of Adz would have worked much better as a 6.5-minute song than an 8-minute song, cutting out some of the repetition in it. Obviously, Sufjan did not. And you know what? If he had cut out that 90 seconds, it would have been a totally different track. Like I've mentioned in the past, anytime that I mention that I would do something differently, it's never to improve it, it's just to make it more palatable to my ears. That's all anybody does when they make music, usually, is make stuff that they enjoy. They follow what their gut says should be next. Everybody has different tastes. Sufjan really, and maybe he even has a purpose for these extended sections. Generally speaking, there is movement, whether it is adding new layers or it's the vocal line progressing the story. There's always something moving forward until we get to these stationary mantra sections. And I don't think that the mantras themselves always click with me, and maybe they do with him. Maybe these are very important sentences that require time to be put and attention to be put on them. The cyclicality of the music and the repetition of the phrase is designed to put import on it. I haven't really felt that way about any of the lines so far, so maybe that's why they don't click with me as much. Let's hit some lyrics for this one, and then press on to track number 5. So is this a song about a relationship that has long since passed and trying to reconnect with someone? Maybe not necessarily to reignite an old flame, but I don't know, just to talk, maybe? Verse 1 says, "Lover, will you look at me now? I'm already dead to you, but I'm inclined to explain what I could not before." So I've grown as a person. I'm able to express myself now in ways that I couldn't previously, whether that was because of a limitation of my own ways of expressing myself, or maybe because this relationship, the weight of it isn't on my shoulders anymore, and I feel I can speak more freely. For whatever reason, the narrator is ready to speak about that part of their life more candidly here. He says, "Whatever you didn't do and whatever you couldn't say, I'm sorry the worst has arrived, for I deserve more. At least I deserve the respect of a kiss goodbye." So there just wasn't any closure to the relationship, at least not for the narrator. And they want to wrap this chapter up. It says, "Tell me, do you think of me like I think of you?" It says, "I find myself on the floor in the room where we made it our last touch of the night. I walked because you walked, but I didn't get very far." So this whole idea here is that I never really got over you, and you walked away from the relationship, so I did too. There's no point in pursuing something that you don't want, but yeah, I didn't walk very far away from it. I still think of you often. Still not over it. And that's what this song is about. We see repetitions of this topic across the other verses, and the end is just a repetition of I walked because you walked. It wasn't my choice, you ended the relationship. If anything else had happened, I'd stuck around. But that's not how the cookie crumbled. I'm trying to pair this back to the music, and the only thing I can think is a type of clarity in the narrator. An understanding of what happened, what has happened since, and an ability to express the history and their past in a way that they couldn't prior. There's a clarity of a focus here that might not have been there originally, and certainly hasn't shown up much in the songs that we've checked out recently. And that, I think, could be represented in the calmness of the music, but it's also a bittersweet song atmospherically. It is chill and calm, but it is also somber. And of course, that's because they're discussing the end of a relationship, an unrequited love at this point. The relationship was over, it ended, but the narrator was not ready for that and has never gotten over this person. Even at one point saying that it's their fault. Actually, multiple points saying it's their fault. Right before the outro says, I would not have run off, but I can't bear that it's me, that it's my fault. Saying that they ended up getting lost. Keeping on with the metaphor of walking away, they ended up getting lost where they walked towards. But they felt they had no other way to go about it. They felt like they messed the relationship up, so how are they going to fix it? They just... If you want it to end, we'll let it end. But there's another part too. Oh yeah, the constant apology. I am sorry the worst has arrived. Apologizing that the relationship ended. They take full fault for it. Alright. This takes us to our next song, track 5. This one is called Now That I'm Older, which I think is interesting coming off of I Walked, which is about time passing between a relationship and now. Another song that's just very warm and resonant. More choir usage. Is there something about Sufjan that would indicate why this gets used so much as a timbre? I think we've had a choir in every single one of these, and they have that classical elements to them, the very fast vibrato, tons of control and projection. It isn't just a group of vocalists, it is, in the traditional sense, a choir. Once again, a dissection of self, of intention, a lack of synchronicity in the vocals, but what does it represent here? Oh, that harp to the right's beautiful.
Don't get it wrong, don't get excited. I wanted so much to be at rest. Now that I'm older, so be it. So of love, the silent man comes down, all dressed in radiant colors. You see it for yourself, to demonstrate my love for you. I thought I was so in love, some say it wasn't true. Now that
The vocals are a little sappy here. I don't really know what I mean by that. That just feels like the right word.
I'm older,
Maybe it's the way that the vowels get stretched out.
now that I'm older,
And manipulated, how he slurs between pitches.
now that I'm older. There's so much travel, yeah.
It's interesting, I find growth in this despite it, I think, just being one section musically.
There's so much travel, yeah. Now that I'm older.
Alright. I don't know that I have a lot to say on this one. It is a rather simple, short, sweet song. It doesn't drag on quite as much as some of the others. Part of that, I think, is its shorter runtime. I think it's interesting how we continue to find the shortest track since the intro. We start with 2, and then we went to 6 3/4, 8, 5. The 8 was like a big bump up, but then 5, and now we're just under 5. We're going to go just over 5, which is kind of in the same realm, and then we're going to dip down to another 2.5. Oh, and 2 after that, we're only going to have a 3-minute. Yeah, so the longest songs are all really being packed in at the beginning here, other than the finale, of course. Yeah, this song is very straightforward, though. We have a verse-chorus structure lyrically, I think, but we just have an A section musically. This entire song feels very homogeneous. Every section sounds very similar to what comes before it and where we take it. We might change some layers, change the prominence of particularly the choir. We might add some harp here that wasn't there previously, but the foundation, the atmosphere, the emotion, the chord progression, none of that changes. We just get some timbre layering in other places. Like towards the end of the song, which feels big. I had mentioned that the song felt rather stationary, and yet it built into something. I think this is primarily through the use of layers, of constantly taking the foundation and then putting some stuff on top of it, removing some stuff as we go back to a verse, putting some stuff on top as we go to a chorus, and then at the very end, kind of presenting everything simultaneously. But that's really only one half of the story, and from that perspective, it seems like a rather unified track. But one of the topics that I think is quite important for this album, and a pattern that I'm still trying to figure out, is vocal delay. We return back to the staggered vocals from Age of Adz, from Too Much, that we didn't see in I Walked. Wait, did we? No, we did, didn't we? Yeah, I think we did. Why am I forgetting? It was just like 10 minutes ago or something. But anyways, yeah, the vocals are staggered. We get the main vocal, and then an echo over here, and then an echo over here, and it's all very chaotic. I think rhythmically it's more in tune than something like Age of Adz was, but it's very chaotic. We end up hearing a lot of moving ideas staggered out like this and layering up in places that only stack those layers more. Sometimes having the lead vocal come back in when one of the echoes is still playing and just creating more cacophony. It is a song that I feel generally keeps going with this bittersweet, melancholic warmth, I think, is really how I want to describe the general atmosphere on this album. But it pairs that with so much rhythmic clashing that it feels more chaotic and maybe more negative than I Walked did. I don't know that I'm enjoying that part though. Again, right? I feel like I keep coming back to this. It's an interesting artistic choice, and I think that the thematic reason behind it, if I'm still on track with this, is neat. But is it making the music good? And I don't know that I am in a position to say yes or no there. I am finding that it's very disruptive for me personally, and it's a neat idea. I'm just not too keen on the execution of it. And I don't think there's a single song where the vocal echo has really worked for me. Again, the thematic reasoning behind it, if I'm right, is cool. But I feel like it ends up hurting these songs more than helping. Where it's thematically important, but musically not. And it's really tough to balance those. Again, should music be good to listen to? Even if you're aiming for a melancholic album, should people enjoy the sound of it? Does it need to have enjoyable components to it? If you're making pop music, should it not be palatable in some way, shape, or form? A lot of questions here that I definitely am not in a position to answer. But I am kind of curious, what would a version of this album so far sound like without all of the vocal delay? And I think I'd enjoy it a little more. Let me find some lyrics for now that I'm older. And I guess we'll do a little bit of discussion too. I'm going to look some stuff up about the album, and we'll do a little bit of talking about that, and then we'll push into the back half of the album. Alright, so this album seems to have been a massive departure from Sufjan's earlier style. It is mentioned that there is a little bit of a glitchy, electronic-oriented album with Enjoy Your Rabbit, but that mostly he was known for some indie folk style of playing with Illinois and Michigan. And Greetings from Michigan, that's the album name. And so instead of returning back to that style of music that had made him big with his fans, he chose to do some experimentation, which made this a polarizing album for both fans and critics. However, it did receive critical acclaim, charting at number 7 on the Billboard Top 200, making it his highest charting album to date when it came out, not today. That's wild. So this is stuff that he had never done before. And that explains some of the experimentation, too. It really makes me wonder what wound up on the cutting room floor. How much more experimental stuff ended up not sticking to the wall because it was too wild or eclectic. This is already a wild and eclectic album. What more? How much further did he take it in stuff that never got released? Wow, okay. But on the other hand, I also find that what he's doing with this overlapping, noisy kind of music is working thematically, right? I don't always know that it is musically interesting, which is probably what turned off some fans, what made it a polarizing album. As I've mentioned, Too Much and Age of Adz are not really songs I liked, even though I appreciate their artistic element. I think that they are fantastic songs for what they're doing, but not very listenable, and as I mentioned earlier in this video, listenability is kind of a big deal for a vast majority of music listeners. This is the type of art you would hang up in a museum and people would go to see it for a very different reason than just throwing on your latest CD or on Spotify or in their Walkman or something. Dating myself a little bit there. And so I could see where this was very wild, especially for longtime fans. But like I said, for being a first foray into this, I think he's nailing it. I really do. I kind of think as he grew into this style, with what I heard with Shit Talk, is he develops a maturity in it, finding ways to write the more chaotic elements that are afforded to him through the electronic side with a listenability, a palatability to it all. But for a debut dive into this style of music, yeah, I mean, it works. It does. It's a lot better than I think most people would end up making on their first attempt through this. I also found a little bit of context regarding the Age of Adz. In an interview, Sufjan was asked, "Why did you call the album The Age of Adz?" And I quote, he says, "I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the odds is really a misspelling of odds, O-D-D-S. That's it." He just, it's the age of odd people, of odd decision, of odd things in plural. The big inspiration, though, is an artist named Royal Robertson, who drew all sorts of wild pictures and signs and stuff, and I guess Sufjan came to really appreciate his works as Royal ended up doing most of the artwork for the album and the liner notes. And a couple of annotations have mentioned that Sufjan has attempted to recreate the chaotic, very emotionally felt elements of Royal's artwork in a musical form. Something that kind of goes against the general ideas of music writing. It throws the rule book out the window and explores it in a very different perspective. Royal Robertson is an outsider artist, as Sufjan is trying to make outsider music in this album. And I don't know. again, I think that there's some things that in here, they work. They do go against the normal wisdom for music creation, and it ends up being something that supports the album. But not every single decision does. And it's definitely one of those elements that I've mentioned this on almost every progressive or experimental song or album, is that the more experimental you get, the less perfect it is going to be, especially on a first time through. You need to go through multiple drafts to round off the rough edges, to find out what works and what doesn't work. And so a first foray into more eclectic experimental music is going to have some rough edges, and I think this album does. Again, ultimately, it works. It's mostly there, but there's also a lot of decisions in here that I think don't work, and that Sufjan did work on over the years, trying to refine this sound down into something that's distinctly him, that carries many of the properties in here, traditional composition or modern, and finds something that works on multiple levels. It just wasn't quite here yet. So with all that said, lyrically this song is about aging and finding wisdom through age. Particularly, again, about relationships and lost relationships. It's a short song lyrically, but I think the ending is really what makes the most sense to me. We wrap it up with, "To demonstrate my love for you, I thought I was so in love. Some said it wasn't true, but now that I'm older, there's so much travel yet." And I really like this, because it can be interpreted in a multitude of ways. That, yeah, maybe I didn't quite understand what I wanted or what I had or any of this. Maybe I didn't even know what love was when I was younger. It was just a word, right? Now it's not. Wisdom is what he's gained as he's aged. Things make more sense, a clarity on the past, but also an understanding that he still doesn't have all the future, all the answers. He says there's still so much road to travel. There's more wisdom to be gained. What might I learn about my past in 10 more years? What more could I learn about human experience, to reflect on what I've done in the past, who I was in the past, and that past not even just being the present's past, but the present becoming the past. How will I feel about this moment right here, where I think that there's so much road ahead of me still? But I also like this other idea about losing a relationship. We just came off of the song I Walked, which was about traveling, walking away from a relationship. He says there's so much more road to walk. There's more traveling to do. That wasn't the only person I'm ever going to love in my life. There's more room for love on the road ahead. It's very, very mature, I think, at this point in the album. And I appreciate Sufjan going in that direction and realizing that. I think it works so well. All right, next track. So that scratching sound, is on the and of 3, 4, and the and of 4. I love the flute work. It makes no sense in the context, but it's a lovely little idea. Oh, there's a waviness on the vocals. It's so well orchestrated. So the energy of, you really gotta, it has driving energy. There's this hard rhythmic ability to it, and it indicates we're gonna go into something driven. And so the song backs off its energy, of course, because nothing can do what it's expected of it. The random face repetition. Has kind of a psychedelic vibe to the melody. Every time I hear that new rhythm, I want to get into it, and the song does not allow that.
I know I've caused you trouble. I know I've caused you pain, but I must do the right thing. I must do myself a favor and get real, get right with.
Oh, the psychedelic vibe is different too, because I think it's one of the first ones that hasn't had that warm melancholy to it. This is more striking, more piercing. It's not really warm and inviting. That's a fun section. Interesting track. Interesting ending. Kind of a wild choice there.
I'll talk, but I know you won't listen to me.
Yeah, this is rhythmically.
You wouldn't say it, but you wanted to.
It's harmonically very warbly. if that makes sense. Lots of loose slurring between pitches. Little bit of tension, dissonance in here. Some things are just a hair off key. I mean, it's called Bad Communication though, right? This song could be created more fluidly, connectedly. The phone ringtone. Oh, we've ditched the choir. There's a lot of vocal tracks going on, but none of them are that traditional choir sound like we've heard throughout most of this. Yeah, this album isn't making any more sense to me right now than it did when we started a couple hours ago. Get Real, Get Right. I enjoyed what this was going for. I like the expanded instrumentation on it, bringing back the flutes and the brass, using them in more situations. I think it generally sounds pretty good. But it never quite clicks. And I think a lot of that just has to do with the collage approach to the song. It also stands out quite a bit from the tracks that came before it, which I have described as a warm melancholy. And Get Real, Get Right feels a bit brighter, but also sharper. The sounds are more piercing in places. And it's lacking that rounded off warmth that we've had on many of the timbres on the album. I do think the melancholy angle does work with Get Real, Get Right, but it's also more psychedelic than any of the other tracks. And I think that's a harmonic property, but it comes about not through the chord progression, but through how the melody grows our understanding of the chord progression. Something that I've talked about on this channel is chords are a collection of notes. And a key is going to tell you generally what 5 to 8 or 9 notes you're going to choose out of the 12 that are available, what the collection of those notes are, and generally the sounds of those notes are going to create specific feelings and vibes. But when you get chords in music, you sometimes only get a grouping of 5 notes collectively, maybe even just 6 notes. It's not enough to sometimes get a gist for the full chord progression, and so we don't really know what key we're in. And so the melody can provide us notes that the chords themselves aren't giving us, and it gives us more context to figure out what kind of key we're in. And that's going to, key or scale. Scale is probably more accurate, not key. And that's going to give us the emotional information there. And so the chord progression might generally lean towards a direction emotionally, but is still vague enough to not really showcase it prominently, where the melody might fill in those blanks, and that's where the feeling comes from. And I think that's what happens here. I don't think there is a psychedelic component to the chord progression of Get Real, Get Right, but the note choices in the melodies, particularly how they add on to the chord stacks at any given beat, is what gives it a psychedelic feeling. And there is a melancholy to that. But to me, there's also a bright optimism to it. And I think that makes sense. We're halfway through the album. It's time to get out of the rut, the mud. Figure out the next step forward. Find something brighter for tomorrow. And that's sort of what we talked about with Now That I'm Older, even. Was having wisdom to realize that the past, maybe it was for the best. Maybe things weren't as great as they were. Maybe I never really got over that person, but if we had stuck together, it would have been a lot worse. We were not good with each other, right? It's that clarity of mind that comes with time. And so Get Real, Get Right could very much be about, I'm older, as he says, I have much road ahead of me, a lot of distance to travel. It's about making a brighter future. I really hope that's what's going on there, because it is such a deviation from pretty much all the music we've listened to up to that point. And I can get behind that reading of it, even if there's still some odd choices in the track that I don't think particularly work for me. It's a chaotic song. It really is. There's a lot of ideas going on. The flutes and brass, while I enjoy what they're doing, don't really mix in with the context of it. We are going ham with the chiptune sounds. I don't know that particularly fits in all of the time. We still have a few of those warmer, rounded off synth tones that sit on the bottom. They're the foundation of the song. It's what gives the melancholic element to a lot of the feeling of it. And I don't know, they're all really clashing. And I think what makes most sense to me here is that the clashing is intentional for storytelling reasons. These songs are about people who aren't perfect. They're about relationships and situations that aren't perfect. Most of these songs have been about the messy parts of life, and so the music reflects that messiness. Even with something like Get Real, Get Right, which I have a hunch is about a more positive step forward after a series of failures of the past, it's still messy. No one ever takes the next step perfectly. No matter what, no matter how many mistakes you feel that you've learned from your past, you can be 90 years old with millions of mistakes behind you, and you know what? Next week you might make another one. We're human. We're not immune to mistakes no matter how much age or wisdom or time has passed. And so this next era of our narrator is still going to be messy. Maybe less messy. I think Get Real, Get Right ends up being a bit more cohesive than some of the tracks that came before it, but it can't be perfect. And I think that's actually a really good phrase to use when describing the music of this album. It can't be perfect. Sufjan is making intentionally messy songs about messy people and messy situations. And it ends up working really well. Now, Bad Communication, I'm not 100% sold on. It is a wild song full of harmonic tension. There's weird note pitch shifts. in places. The vocals are very slurry. There's a lot of microtonal shifts between key notes. A lot of, instead of just going ba ba, you get ba, and you get this slow slide into it. And when you mix that with all of the other harmonic and melodic ideas going on in here, with all of the different vocal deliveries, with all of the different melodies, those slides end up creating tension as you're getting all of those microtones between your two notes and mixing them with the rest of the notes present. And microtonal tones don't really like to be played against other stuff. It requires a delicate touch to incorporate microtones into your music with consonant harmony. As we shrink the distance between notes down further and further, we're going to find that we need to balance these notes more more intentionally. That it's easier to make dissonant tones with smaller intervals. And we end up hearing a lot of that dissonance in here. There's also a really strange rhythmic component where the drum kit is primarily emphasizing the and of 3, beat 4, and the and of 4. There's this heavy weight at the end of each bar, and then a gap of silence. And on the topic of communication, this could be a one-sided conversation. One person's talking, and they wait for the other person to respond, and it's just silence. And we can interpret the weird pitchy stuff in here too as just bad communication. You're trying to tell somebody how you feel, and you just don't have the right words for it, and so it comes across meaning something different than your intentions. The communication has been poor. We have the telephone ringtone in here as well. There's a lot of neat little ideas, but like every other song, it's tough to listen to. Artistically fantastic, but subjectively not a good time. We're going to look at some lyrics to both of these. We'll check out tracks 8 and 9 together, do an analysis, check out track 10, do an analysis, and then look at the 25-minute epic to wrap the video up. That's the schedule for the rest of this video. We're going to stick with it. I'm going to need some help with this one. There's not a lot of annotations on this track, which I think is wild, given that the other 5 pretty much had an annotation for every single line. This one is a massive gear shift, though. It isn't talking about relationships. I don't think it's talking about love at all. We don't have the end of a relationship. In fact, it seems to be the beginning of one. It talks about getting to know the Lord, capital L. I believe talking about the Christian God here. The chorus, which gets repeated often, is, you really gotta get right with the Lord, as if this is something that must be done. At one point says, I know I've caused you trouble, I know I've caused you pain, but I must do the right thing. I must do myself a favor and get real, get right with the Lord. I know I've lost my conscience, I know I've lost all shame, but I must do the right thing, get right with the Lord. So we do have a little bit of a callback to the relationships of the past, but I don't know. It's funny because I hadn't said this out loud yet, but I was kind of hoping we would explore something a little different than sad boy emo relationship songs, which is probably funny coming from me, your local emo stan, I guess. But I was getting tired of the stories all being the same. And we get to a new direction here musically and lyrically, and I'm having a real hard time getting on this new train. I missed I missed a change, and I don't know, I feel like I'm running next to it trying to jump on. It also talks about this other stuff. I'm not too sure about it. It says, visit the future from the outer space. A ring of fire falling on your face. You dream of the dark age. Consider the danger as it moves. Prophet, royal, priest, and king, snake-skinned master at your feet. Barricade the bathroom doors. Find some things you can't ignore. I know you really want all of that. I have no idea. Some of the annotations bring up Royal Robertson again. And maybe this song is based off of his art. It says Robertson's visions combined heavily religious imagery with visions of space, which we do have that line in here, visit the future from outer space, and comparing that with the elements of making it right with God. But I don't know, this comes out of left field as far as the album goes, and it's written a bit more cryptically than anything else. And maybe the rest of the album could be said to be a bit cryptic as well, but it made sense to me. This doesn't. And that kind of confuses me. I'm not too sure what's going on here. And bad communication is a return to form, though. We have a conversation between our narrator and someone they were in or are in a relationship with. As usual, he wants to talk, the other person doesn't. We saw this in I Walked as well. He says, I'll talk, but I know you won't listen to me. You wouldn't say it, but you wanted to. Don't walk away when I'm speaking. I'll take it, but I know it's not for taking. I'm not too sure about that final line. There is some cryptic lines in here, though. Following that, we go into the oneness of one, of which you notice me. I told you, do not follow what you couldn't see. Not too sure about that. But the interlude in the outro is finally him saying what he needs to say. We've brought back the L word. Says, I love you. He's finally getting it out of his system. He's telling the person who needs to hear it how he really feels about them. But I don't think they get it. Verse 3 says, some way you will want it your way. So I would not be mistaken what I know is right. Don't be so funny with me. I'm not laughing. This stanza sits in between the interlude and the outro. He says, I love you. Then he says, don't be funny with me. And he says, I love you again. And it's almost as if, as the title of the song indicates, that there's something lost in translation here. Again, the word means something different between these two people. And so the recipient of the phrase finds it comical. Our narrator says, I'm not laughing. They're taking this seriously and the other person isn't. The communication was not completed properly. Alright. Next up is Vesuvius, which is the name of a well-known volcano that wiped out an entire little town or city. And actually we're just now getting around to digging deeper into some of it and finding some of the fossils, I guess we could call it, the remains of the city that's been encapsulated by the ash and the lava and stuff. It's a very famous incident, Mount Vesuvius. So, we're going to check that one out and then all for myself. For one. Interesting. We have the pickup for bars 2 and 3, but not for 4.
You are all I have. Fire of fire, I'm insecure.
Bringing fire up, of course.
Been made to blend.
Unification of vocal sounds. We don't have the delay, we just have the harmony.
Cannot be made to laugh. For in life, as in death, I'd rather be burned than be living in death.
What are those? That's vocals, right?
Are you ghost or the symbols of light or a fantasy host? In your breast, I carry the form, the heart of the earth and the weapons of war. Vesuvius, the tragic oath.
We do have a really light xylophone style synth, alternating both sides, and we have the glitch and the bass drum. I guess that's a... Anyways, what my point was that there's a lot of vocal lines in here doing ornamentation and not instruments.
You cannot ignore.
There is a lot of vocal repetition on this album. I have shrunk down a lot of the vocals in order to avoid repeating mantra sections. It's like the third time we've heard this chorus and there's still so much music left. What? Kind of take it in a folk direction? That sub bass was nice. Alright, so spoiler, I'm really bad with schedules. I know I made one, and I'm already breaking it. So I had a thought at the beginning of this song that I feel like musically this is a bit obtuse in much of the same way that we saw with Too Much. Not pushed quite as far as that track did, but there's a lot of very odd ideas here, a very eccentric group of decisions that went into making this song. As I mentioned at the beginning, there's a lot of ornamentation which has been handled by the electronic instruments up until this point, but was done with little, I think it was vocalizings of la, 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 just these really quick, short stingers of these tightly harmonized grouping of vocals placed in all three channels, and it was just kind of bouncing around. If it were on a glockenspiel, I'd say that it was a very glittering sound, something bright and sparkly placed all over the mix, but this isn't that. It was more of this warmer, hyper harmonized vocal work, which felt more creepy and eerie and ominous to me than bright and sparkly. And then we had the chip tune around it, and these wild flute ideas in here, and the vocal part was bonkers. And I wrote down a note here that says the album is breaking down. I feel like at this point, any concept of unity that we had been chasing with Now That I'm Older and Get Real, Get Right, which was awkward in its own areas, but I think more cohesive than most of the other tracks on the album, all of that's breaking down. This is one of the more musically unhinged tracks on the album. And I couldn't just let it go. I have too many thoughts on this to move into the next track. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It's almost as if it had pushed the idea of the glitchy, broken, messy music to represent messy people into the realm of parody. Maybe that's just me. Maybe nobody else gets that feeling, but this whole song, I couldn't help but think Sufjan is making a joke of himself now. Which this isn't the first time, if I'm totally wrong here, nobody else reads this, that I've had a bad read on Sufjan, feeling or hearing parody where there isn't supposed to be. But I don't know, there's so many decisions in this song that push it in the wildest directions. That almost feels like saying, oh, I've been playing around with this glitchy art pop stuff for, 30, 35, 40 minutes, whatever we're up to now. And let's see how far I can take it before the audience chooses to turn the album off. And this song just ends up feeling bonkers. Beyond that, I think this has one of the most repetitive vocal mantras in any of the songs other than, again, Too Much, which really speaks as a high point to the eccentricities of the album. To have deviated from that so far and then to have snapped back to something so close to that moment of this album feels like a massive backpedaling to me, thematically and compositionally. I was finally getting to a point where I was accepting more of the odd choices for artistic reasons, if nothing else, but it was kind of growing on me. Not to a point where I'd want to listen to it again, but it wasn't quite as alarming. You just have to attune your ear to the off-the-wall decisions that went into forming the sounds on this album. That's normal with anything experimental, especially when it's going to chuck so much of the book out the window and do things that aren't standard. You're going to have to develop an ear for that. That's true of any experimental art. And I was finally starting to do that. And then this song pushed me to a limit. I was like, I don't think this song is very listenable at all. I thought I was making progress here, and like I mentioned, at like 3 minutes in, I was done with this track. The pacing was absolutely terrible for me, and yet there was still somehow so much music left to go. I don't know, it blows my mind. But then what was even worse is I felt like I got gaslit for a second, because the bridge comes up at like 3:30 or so, and everything sort of coalesces into something unified. And I was like, wait, this is actually sounding good. We bring the ideas together, the harmonizing elements aren't as wildly spaced. The rhythmic elements line back up into something that feels natural and cohesive between all the different instruments. The harmony lines up a little bit better. Even the production, I feel, cleans up just enough. There's still the oddity, I think, of the mishmash of synth pads and woodwinds and chiptune and clean vocals. I think that's still always going to be a bit of a mixed media type of collage sound to my ears. But it all started to work. It's like, no way. He pulled it off in the end. It lasted for like 15 seconds, and then we went right back to the everybody do your own thing vibe. And I was so lost. This was a roller coaster of a ride. I don't know what to think of Vesuvius. Bad communication was a wild trip, but it was short, and I felt like it made sense based off of the title. So I could even pick up on some of the themes they were going for without having read the lyrics. But this, I get the feeling it won't even make sense when I do a lyrical dive. It's just, man, to say it's my least favorite track so far, I think would be right. I was going to say it'd be an understatement, but no, I think it is my least favorite track. It's just, there's so many things in it that amplify many of the elements that I find antagonistic to my enjoyment to the next level. And that amplification just, it's not for me. Like I said, it feels kind of like parody, but I don't think it's supposed to be read as that. However, if the album begins to break down from here even further, I will forgive it for being the start of the end rather than being a non sequitur or odd little decision in the final quarter of the album. But it's sitting in a strange place with me right now. This song treats Vesuvius as a deity, a higher power. He says, I'm here. You are all that I have. You're the fire of fire. He mentions that he knows he will fail, but living, even if it means that it ends up dying, he says, is better than being burned alive. So he'd rather try and fail than never try at all and just wallow in self-hatred, self-immolation, in a sense, like an emotional self-immolation, just constantly poking at yourself for never have even attempted to follow a dream or whatever. He talks about his tragic past, and that from now on all he's going to do is follow Vesuvius. The end part of the song that goes over and over and over and over says, Vesuvius, fire of fire, follow me now as I favor the ghost. The murdering ghost that you cannot ignore. I don't know. There's got to be another meaning to this, a second layer of metaphor. Every single line here has annotation. I have read every single annotation here. I don't know that I agree with all of it. The idea is that Vesuvius is some sort of muse, and he's asking for the ability to follow this, that his path has always led to him here, and that he needs to use this opportunity in order to press forward, to continue on. He needs to find inspiration from this fire of fire, from the ultimate form of warmth and fire. But then we get to the end, and he says, "Follow me as I favor the ghost." Who is the ghost? Ghost is sometimes replaced with the word host. Why? I don't know. The song ends with a new mantra. Follow me now, or follow your death. Why does it have to be so hard? And then a second vocalist, Cat Martino, jumps in and says, it's in your favor. And that's it. And I'm kind of lost on this. It's wild to me that as much as I was getting this album lyrically and really finding these cool parallels between the eccentric writing of the music and the themes of the lyrics, Sufjan's lost me here in the last quarter. Maybe we've just approached a level of metaphor that I'm not digging deep enough to get into. Maybe there's context I'm missing. This appears to be a very personal album. Much like I mentioned with the XiuXiu tracks last week, is that when it comes to very personal music, sometimes the lyricist is going to write lyrics that make perfect sense to them. They can draw the lines between two or three ideas that isn't going to make sense to anybody else. Almost like an inside joke, but more like inside knowledge that these ideas, maybe not necessarily on the surface, but below that, are connected to the lyricist in some way. We're not privy to that knowledge. And so when it comes to Vesuvius and the ghost and asking a mountain, a volcano, to follow you as you favor a ghost, that means something to Sufjan, enough for him to repeat it a dozen times on this track. It doesn't make any sense to me, though. I'm missing some context, some key to unlock the meaning of this entire song, of who these, what the imagery is supposed to represent. And so where the rest of the songs, I think, are personal to Sufjan, but are more universally understood. I mean, they're all about heartbreak. We've all been there. But whatever Sufjan is dealing with, particularly with this song, that is a him experience, less universal. Does make it more difficult to decode what it's about. Even the annotations are kind of mixed about it, with several of them saying it could be this or it could be that. There isn't a certainty to what the underlying metaphor is. We're taking guesses at what part of Sufjan's life that we as fans know about, that we could extrapolate and tie into, but without having walked in his shoes, without knowing every moment of his life, there's going to be some lyrics that we just can't figure out. This song might be one of those. Alright. I'm going to do the next two now, since the next one's super short. There is no way I'm going to stop at the end of this one. All for Myself. The crackle in the space between the notes is very annoying. Generally speaking, I think I like the atmosphere here, but But that white noise over here is just...
Only a stone in my shoe. Then worries came to perch on us. Impatience and a painted bus. I kept you close.
The repeated rhythm, actually pitched riff, all of it in the vocals.
We set out once with folded shirts, with hairy chests, and no rehearse. I want it all for myself. I'll sit right between your
That's interesting. There's a hint of like gospel in the melody writing, but it's like intermixed with R&B. Very wild combination. I've noticed too that whenever the flutes come in, I get a small romantic classical vibe. I don't think it's enough to dominate it where I would call it classical, but it's definitely a strong hint.
For I'm okay, I'm in the red. Impressions of the unmade bed. You cradle close to me, close to my ear. We set out once, forget our shirts with hairy chests and no reverse. I want it all for myself. Worthy earth, I smell of you, amazing boy, amazing view. I want it all for
Oh, dang, I just remembered. I was given some additional context on this, and I did not dig into that yet. We'll do that after this song. What?
This time, isolated in the room where the bed rises, photographic ordinary people everywhere. Ordinary histories, ordinary histories, ordinary histories. To figure that it was my fault, so I've come to realize life is not about life is some ordinary people are everywhere. Ordinary people are ordinary people are ordinary people are
The rock beat is a wild choice here. I think it kind of works, ultimately. It definitely gives the song a momentum and direction that we haven't really seen too much of on this album. In fact, every time I anticipated some movement, we never got it. And I'm talking about the album as a whole there. So we have the descending synth, and then it gets followed by a descending flute on the other side, and that distance between the electronic and the acoustic is so cool.
to be, well, I want 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 to be.
And I assume this is more like his older folk work. I mean, 2 guitars and vocals, you don't get more folkier than that.
And I forgive you even as you choke me that way with the pill or demon and the shrouded shalom under conversation.
We're adding layers. It is going somewhere, but it's spinning its tires. Very interesting vocals. The vocals are out of phase, but much less space than usual. Lots of little chirpings and clicks. What a bizarre little ending. I think I get it. For me, the disconnect is the humanity. Now, bear with me. Some of you may have just reached for your keyboards. I remember a lot of variation towards the end of Shit Talk too. But I praised that for really driving an idea home. But something that I don't think I recognized at the time was that it drove it home in a human way. There's natural variation in the deliveries. Here, though, we take these little 1 to 2 bar ideas for the vocals. You record it once, and then you just copy paste it over and over and over and over and over, while adding more layers. And so we do get this build-up. It creates something that is very claustrophobic and chaotic and noisy and kind of uplifting even. And the mantra itself is supposed to drive all of this forward. It's the repetition of the thesis in order to will it into existence. But copy pasting it doesn't work for me. And I don't think it's necessarily just the concept of the copy paste, but it's just the lack of the human element. When I hear those vocal lines, whether it's the choir or the backup vocals or Sufjan singing, the hyper repetition and the perfection in the repetition turns it from something a human is doing to something very robotic, something lifeless or soulless, and it's robbing the emotional weight of the song. Now, I don't think that's going to be everyone's reaction to the song. There's probably some people out there who listen to these tracks and end up bawling their eyes out in these large, slow burn swells with the heavy repetition of the mantra. And like I said, I think on paper, I would be too. They're so close to doing that, to being these emotional releases. It really is the execution, not the composition, that ends up holding it back for me. What turns it from what should be a highly emotive moment to me hearing dad, 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 dad over and over, and the song getting on my nerves. I just want to turn it off. It sounds less like somebody trying to force their will into the world and more like a broken record. Something on, a record skipping. It's not an expression of human emotion. It's something broken that needs to get fixed. And that entire perspective, I think, is subconscious for me. I never even picked it up. I've been complaining about this for a couple of songs now. I think that's it, though. I would just like a little bit of variation. Maybe not even necessarily in all of the instrumentation. Most of it is digital, after all. But the human vocal work, I don't want perfection in that. I don't want identical repetition. It ends up taking away from my experience. Because I'm listening to this, and, the words are, I want to be well. We've just gone through several songs about how this person is trying to simply exist, to find people who can understand them, who they can communicate with clearly and concisely, which is both, finding people who understand the way that you speak, but also, him being a shy person who just doesn't know how to vocalize his thoughts. We've seen him fall apart. We've seen him find God and want to chase after Mount Vesuvius. He wants to be better. He wants a life that he can live. He wants to be well. And yeah, that should be an emotionally resonant climax to this saga. I don't know where Impossible Soul sits into this. It is a 25-minute epic. It might be its own separate song, basically an EP altogether. But even if this is the end of this saga in particular, it is a phenomenal ending that just never quite executes the vision as well as I think it could have. On the other hand, though, there's a lot of sounds here. We have a little bit of that indie folk stuff with the two guitars and vocals, rather quiet, introspective, isolating. We have electronic music all over the place with the cool synth pads, very warm and resonant. We also have the chiptune elements that come through here. We have noise. We have random synth sounds, not necessarily tones or pads, but sound effects, kind of. We have choir, gospel-esque stuff in here. We have classical. Almost every time the flute comes in on this album, I mentioned that there's a little dash of romantic classical coming in here. I think all of these ideas are done very well, and honestly, I would love to hear any album that focuses entirely on that. It really is the collage idea of smashing all of these ideas together that never quite clicks for me, which I found to be a little ironic. I feel like this album's a little autobiographical. This is about Sufjan and trying to find his place in the world. And after making a series of albums that all kind of fit within one vibe, he wanted to show who he was in total capacity, all of the facets of him. So he puts all of them together into this jumbled up, messy album and wants to present that to the world of who he is, mixed with lyrics that are both personal to him, but can also be understood a bit more universally. And here I am saying, I would have liked just one piece of you. Why'd you put the rest of that in there? That's not a great feeling, I think, to come to that idea, that final opinion on this. But from a musical perspective, ignoring the idea that this might be him presenting who he is in a more full picture frame than previously, or at least who he is musically, we'll put it that way, as an artist. Putting that aside, I do think that focusing on any one of these styles, he would absolutely nail it, and it would sound phenomenal. I would really actually love to hear him take a stab at classical. Not necessarily, it doesn't have to be completely traditional classical, but definitely not as eclectic and experimental as he can be. Definitely rein that in just a little bit, because he writes beautiful flute work. He writes beautiful chords. His melodies and counterpoint and call and response are all top notch as well. He does everything great. It really is the sonic expression here that bounces off of me, which again, it feels kind of bad to say, but it's the truth. I think compositionally, this is a really solid album. There are some beautiful moments that I can hear in my mind if I push out the tones and timbres he chose and replace them with non-electronic sounds. What's on paper is solid, and I just wish it was presented in a package that was more palatable to me. And that also feels terrible to say, to ask him to change himself in order to present something that I would find more palatable. Which, didn't we have a song about that? About how he never showcased who he was, he just followed. Oh no, that was the song that you always did what everyone else said. But he also has problems expressing himself. In fact, that's what many of the songs are in here. An inability to communicate properly, well, efficiently, or even at all. As he's mentioned several times, he's shy. Doesn't always say what he's feeling, and sometimes he doesn't have the right words to say what he's feeling. And so we do get an album where he expresses himself in his way. And my gut reaction is, yeah, maybe if you expressed yourself a little differently, I would have liked it. And bro, that hurts to say. Like, it's really tough for me to express my opinion on this album without bringing in the artistic element, how it was created. To just speak about it as music doesn't work. You can't do that. A person created this. Their experience, who they are, was poured into this album. You can't divorce that from the art itself. But that's the only way that I can feel neutral about saying some of my more subjective opinions on it, because I do feel like it's just so intertwined with him. This isn't just the Age of Adz. or Age of Adz. This is Sufjan's autobiography written in 2010. This is a snapshot of who he was 14 years ago. You can't divorce the artist from the art at that point. I'm going to look up some lyrics for these two, and then we're going to head into the massive epic that's going to wrap this album up. All for Myself is another song about a relationship. This one, though, seemingly a bit more positive. We have two people where one wants the other all for themselves, which is the narrator. This is interesting in that most of the relationship songs have been about a breakup. It's the time where there is negativity between the two and then a distance between the two. And here, though, we have a chorus that talks about the closeness of these two people, laying in bed together, skin against skin, and the recurring phrase, I want it all for myself. And I think this is interesting because it adds another layer to these songs. If this is a concept album, and it is all about the same narrator across all of these tracks, and possibly even it's autobiographical about Sufjan himself, then we see that the sad boy character that we've seen throughout here isn't just self-deprecating. They aren't just shy, but they're also greedy. They don't want to share this with the rest of the world. And there is a part of that I think is understandable. An idea of having something so precious in this relationship and saying this is mine. There might even be something a little romantic to that depending on the context. I don't want to focus on this too much and say, oh, this is definitely showing some sort of narcissism or greed or anything in the lines. But I do think it's interesting that at this one point, he has something that works and he wants to hold on to it, which lines up very well with all of the other breakup songs. It's about not having someone to call your own. And I think it paints a very specific person and how they view love and relationships as a de facto point in life, that if you are between relationships, you are lesser somehow. I have been like this in the past. I remember my high school self being very much like this. As soon as a relationship ended, I would immediately jump into a new one. Life just wasn't as bright outside of a relationship. But I hope that our narrator, or possibly Sufjan, has gained wisdom over time and has grown out of this. There's definitely a strength to learn how to exist as yourself and to be happy alone, who you are, with your friends, of course, maybe even family, but nothing romantic. But I see myself a little bit in this song, and well, I guess not so much the song, the album. I see who I've been in the past in this album a little bit, which is neat. Now, I have been kind of skipping something rather major here. I don't think there's been any gender revealed throughout this entire album about the relationship interests, but this one definitely has some clarity to it. It speaks about the other person having a hairy chest, that they fold their shirts together, which, I don't know, I kind of take that in like the idea, I don't know why, my brain immediately goes to like polo shirts being folded next to each other, which I suppose polo shirts aren't gendered in any way, but I tend to associate them more with men just because of Western society. But I don't know, part of that also kind of leans into it. But yeah, that one line, it's interesting. It pulls another perspective into this. It could be about a person who isn't just lost in relationships, but also aren't too sure of who they are yet. And I find that to be a really cool twist on this album, where it's, I think, easy, especially for straight presenting people, to view a lot of these songs in a more heterosexual perspective, and then to come to this song and be like, oh, okay, we got a little turn here. It may be that the entire song has been about relationships with men, but, well, actually the first song wasn't it? That was the only, it wasn't even really hinted at too strongly though, was it? Other than saying, I consider you my brother, or I think of you as my brother, or something like that. But immediately the line after was, but that sounds weird. Which could mean that their relationship just doesn't fit that title, but could also mean that they're not a guy. And that this platonic relationship, this platonic love he was feeling could have also been for a woman. I don't think I mentioned that earlier when we checked out the first track, but that's, I've just kind of assumed that other than the first song, every other song has been about a woman, but this one's very clear, and the other ones I don't think have any information in that perspective. So, yeah, very cool. What's the next one? I want to be well. Let's check out some lyrics for this. So, much like Vesuvius, this one goes in a very interesting direction. We get away from the idea of relationship. Oh, we don't. It's a relationship with the self. There is two people in this song, but they're both the narrator. And they're on their deathbed. And he says, to think I would die this time, isolated in the room where the bed rises. There's just ordinary people everywhere. He says, I'll find sleep, I'll find peace, or in death we sleep with ease. Later on, though, it says, did I go at it wrong? Did I go intentionally to destroy me? Another part in the song says to figure that it was all my fault. Almost wondering if he blames himself for getting in this position. We have seen how this person is not in the best mindset, that they tend to view themselves rather negatively, and here, even about to die, they're wondering if they were the ones who killed themselves. Not directly, of course. I don't think this was a suicide attempt, but indirectly. The decisions that were made that all led to future decisions that brought them here, rather than being surrounded by family and not having to jump from relationship to relationship, actually meeting that one person, all the little things that add up to your present. And later in the track, we just have the repetition of I want to be well over and over and over. On top of this, Sufjan comes in, I forgive you, even as you choke me that way with the pill or the demon in the shrouded Shalem, under conversation and tremendous weight of a crowd of ages outside dressed for murder. There's something very wild about this. It's the imagery is completely disconnected, I think, from reality, but I like how it starts. I forgive you even as you choke me with the pill or the demon. Like, there's multiple ways that we've screwed our life up. We've made so many different mistakes, and I forgive you. It's Sufjan, well, the narrator. We're going to stick with that because, again, I don't know how autobiographical this album is. It's the narrator saying, yeah, I've hated myself in the past, but I'm making peace with that. And this is, again, an element of wisdom that comes with time, of having lived longer, more experiences to draw from, to be kinder on yourself. Now, there is some context to this. It seems in real life, Stephen had an unidentified viral disease that really messed him up. It primarily affected his nervous system, and he went and saw a bunch of doctors for this, and things just weren't great for a while. And this song is about that. About just wanting for all of this to go away and to be well. I had a different read on this from the music. I thought it was about being well mentally and emotionally, and this song kind of ties them in, but it really is focused on the physicality of it. I think it's interesting how he can take a real life event that was a physical illness he wanted to recover from and turn it into a song that lightly dances around that but focuses on the emotional and mental sides of that and wanting to recover from any negativity and lack of self-image and all of this that he pushes on himself. It's a wildly inventive, creative way of exploring an event and finding the best way not to just understand it within your own experience and compartmentalize it and, take from it what you can, but also incorporate it into a much larger artwork. I think this works really well as a climax-ish type thing to this album. Now, I mentioned that I did get some additional context for this album. I'm going to read that real quick here, and then we'll discuss that for a little bit. I was told to read it before the album, and I apologize for forgetting to do that, but better late than never. And honestly, I think most of the analysis here has been rather good even without the additional context, so this may just wrap things up very nicely. And yeah, we'll go from there. Alright, so the little bit of information I was given overlaps quite a bit with what I learned from Wikipedia and Genius, but there is some extra context in here that I enjoy. I don't think it massively changes my perception of the album, but I did have some questioning about this, and it's about Royal Robertson. He's a self-proclaimed prophet from Louisiana. Stevens became interested in the work of Robertson after recording music for a friend's documentary on the artist and said that the more I studied him and his work, the more I felt a weird affinity to this guy and the story of his life, end quote. He began to transcribe some of the text that appears in Robertson's artwork and says this process stayed with him a long time and, quote, that some of it started to come up in the lyrics, in the songs I was writing, end quote. So he just happened to cross paths with this Royal Robertson, and his artwork absolutely spoke to him. And so that's how that stuff got incorporated into Sufjan's work here. The other bit of interesting context is where Sufjan was when he was creating or coming up with ideas for this album. Says, I quote, I went through a period of questioning motive and function. I don't really want to get caught up in that self-doubt anymore, but I've always been really insecure about what I do. But those existential conundrums are really circuitous and unproductive. I don't think my music is important. I don't think it's changing the world. I don't think it's art. It's just music. It is what it is. End quote. And I think that puts a lot of this into perspective, too. It's interesting to get this insight into an artist because I think whenever we hear music that we really like, that really connects to us, that ends up taking off. I don't know where Sufjan's popularity was at the time. As I mentioned, he's over 9 million views per month. Yeah, 9 million listeners per month on Spotify as of this year. I don't know where his career looked like in the mid-2010s. but I listen to music and it always seems like the artists have it all figured out, don't they? They have a record label, they're putting out their third, fourth, fifth album. They seem to know what they're doing. The music's awesome. Every bit of it, you listen to those albums, you're like, there's no bad songs on this album. And then you get an interview and they're like, I don't even know if my music's good. It's music, right? I mean, this whole video, I've been sitting here talking about how this is artistically relevant. How, despite not being hyper palatable, this album is exceptionally strong in its artistic representation and absolutely needs to be listened to because of its thematic and artistic elements. And here he is going into making this album and thinking it's not art, that it's just music. And from a perspective, I get that, but like I said, it paints a very specific picture of who he was at the time, and it comes out through the lyrics. If this is autobiographical, many of these lines that showcase the shyness of our protagonist, their negative image of themselves. I mean, yeah, that's how Sufjan felt about his works and himself at the time. It puts a lot of perspective on not just the stories told in these vignettes, but also kind of the music of it all. He wanted to experiment. He wanted to get out of this box he had been put into. And he didn't care if it was good or well liked. He just wanted to make music. It is what it is. Earlier on in this video, I brought up the idea of traditional music making and palatability versus self-expression and experimentation. Honestly, that doesn't matter here. This might not have been experimental in his mind at all. These could have been sounds that he had had in his head for years, but just never put to paper, so to speak. Always trying to follow what would probably work for him best, which is continuing the trend of his indie folk stuff. This wasn't experimental then. This was just showing the world who he was. There's no experimentation here. This is just putting the true voice out there. And I love that. It just is what it is. Is it good? Is it listenable? Is it replayable? Who cares? It's Sufjan's art. That's all that it is. And I really like that perspective. With all of that said, we're going to finish this up. I don't know what we're in store for here. We have 25 and a half minutes of music, I believe. Music. Not like 10 minutes of silence at the end of some track. This video's long. We're already at 3 hours here. We're probably looking at something close to 4 by the time this is over. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I'm trying to go into this as open-minded as possible, but if this last track really ramps things up, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Let's just dive in. Sufjan, take us out. What do you have for us, wrapping it up with this epic of yours?
Woman, tell me what you want, and I'll calm down without bleeding out, with a broken heart that you stabbed for an hour. Woman, I was freaking out because I
as soon as I started getting to this really cool groove, of course, the echo layers end up kind of disrupting it every other bar. Drums are very present in the mix. The juxtaposition here between the softness of the voices and the harshness of this guitar tone, and even the jaggedness of its rhythm. Yeah, this feels like a knife being pulled out of an open wound, the pain finally residing a bit. Bringing all the vocal work together. This whole section kind of has like a semi-funky vibe to it. This section has gone on a very long time, which is wild. There's so many moving parts in the background. This song doesn't sit still, and yet it feels like it's just dragged on and on and on. I think it's the quasi-monotonous element in the lead vocal line. Not 100% sure about that though. Really interesting production on this. So many sounds feel like they're bouncing between the left and right channel. Sounds are their tails are getting chopped off, so it's just a very abrupt stop at the end of a note rather than the natural decay of the sounds. I think there's something interesting to be said too about an album that is distinctly very Sufjan, about who he is and how he wants to represent himself musically, about him expressing these parts of him as a human being one of the biggest departures into electronic sounds and glitch music, finding that electronic sound is the only way to express yourself, your human self. It's very wild. Dang, we have some straight up Defender sounds here. Okay, I think we're moving on to something new now. Almost sounds like we have feedback. Very controlled feedback, but still. Okay. Aggressive auto-tune. think this third idea so far is my least favorite. I think the first section on this track was my favorite. Yeah. Well, this part's kind of cool. The first section also seemed to have lyrical movement. The second, are these movements? Second and third movements are very focused on the mantra delivery. Okay.
Put your face together. Better get it right. It's a long ride. Better hit yourself. Put your face together. Better stand up straight. It's a long ride. Only one last chance. Couldn't get much better. Do you wanna dance? It's a long ride. Better pinch yourself. Get your face together. Better stand up straight. Boy, we can do much more together. Better get alive, get alive, get alive, get alive. Boy, we can do much more together. Better get alive, get alive, get alive, get alive. Boy, we can do much more together. Better get it right, get it right, get it right, get it right. Boy, we can do much more together. Not so impossible. It's not so impossible. It's not so impossible. It's not so impossible. It's a long life. Better pinch yourself. Get your face together. Better roll along. It's a long life. Better pinch yourself. Put your face together. Better stand.
This is quite a bit more positive
It's a long life.
than I think many of the songs have been.
Couldn't get much better. Do you wanna dance? It's a good life. Better pinch yourself. Is it possible? Is it possible? Boy, we can do much.
Very repetitive though. This I'm really trying to find positive things about this song. For me, subjectively, as an audience. And man, this song so far does not justify its length at all. The thing is, too, is that the idea is solid, it just does not have the legs to run this marathon. Like that little string line with the groovy beat under it, the brass popping in, like this is very good. But it's good for like a single repetition. I do have a profound thought about the hyper repetition. We'll get to that in the analysis segment. I'm not completely negative on it. The artistic angle on this album I think is still exceptionally solid, but it is not an album for me to listen to casually. That is, especially this ending. I'll take the first 10 songs. I don't know that I would listen to this song again though. Don't do this to me. There's still 3 minutes left. Ooh.
My burden is the weight of a feather. I never meant to lead you on.
What? That is a grunge song right there. What is it though? Not the second, fourth, but the first and third, man. I've heard that. Really focusing on that one line. What is so... Oh, jeez. I think I'm losing it. Just a really fast grouping of guitar notes. All right. My biggest gripe with this album has been the hyper repetition that we tend to find in the bridges and at the ends of the songs that are more than 2 minutes long. It is the mantra section of many of the tracks. This was a lot of that, more so than any other of the songs on here. But it also fixed something that I brought up with I Want to Be Well. Is that what it was? I think that was the song I brought it up on. With Variation. Oh, yeah, we gotta talk about that too. I wanted more variation coming out of it. I didn't want it to be copy-pasted. I wanted to feel the human nature of repeating this phrase over and over, the minor changes, the need for variation in the performer itself. Sometimes instead of just going up a half step, you might run up to the third or the fifth just to change things up a little bit. We got that in spades on this track. It was all over the place, but it was done so through the means of even more repetition. The phrases themselves must have been repeated hundreds of times on this final track, and it became mind-numbing for me. But see, here's the other element to it. And I mentioned that I had an artistic perspective on this. Most of this song blurs together for me. I could not tell you about any small details in here. The big, wide paint strokes it's where I can create these divisions between movements, possibly, and that's about the most sense I can make out of it. When we shifted to the heavy auto-tune, when we brought in the choir, when we shifted to the, the pitch correction, digital, that's what it was, like digital, like AI sounds, and when Sufjan took over the core repeated lick towards the end of the song with the guitars. I divided into these larger sections, but the minutia of it, the small details, no. All of that kind of blurs by. For two reasons. One is that this is a very long song. But more importantly, because these small details are ever changing. There is a constant evolution on this track. Every 2 to 4 bars, a new instrument comes in. An instrument changes what they're playing. A new timbre joins in as an ornamental idea. Something that was doing a harmony or a chord progression is passed that on to a new timbre. There's always something new happening. And that creates a very interesting push and pull on this track, where it does feel like it drags on and on and on and on. But if you're really paying attention to the details, every second is unique. And I mentioned second specifically, not beats, not bars, not passages, every second, because this is where time began to make sense to me. When it comes to my memory of the past week, things kind of blur together. I wake up every day, get my kid ready for school, get her to school, come home, read email, check Discord, read the YouTube comments, record some videos. After my workday is over, I go get my kid. I make dinner. Every day is kind of the same if I look at the broad strokes. Are all the emails identical, or all the comments the same? The songs that I listen to, are they the same? Do I have the same opinions and observations about each song every day? No, all of the details are unique. But the details get lost in the memory. They get lost in time. What makes days different is forgotten, and days end up blurring together due to their larger similarities. And that's what this song ends up feeling like to me, a passage of time. I wonder if it's the passage of time to the death of our narrator. The song kind of creeps in a little bit more on that melancholic intro, reminiscent of many of the songs on this album, and finds its way into a very group gospel-y, lots of energy, driving rock section. Very impactful, very energetic, almost infectious at times if it weren't for some of the odd rhythmic choices going on in here. I ended up moving to this song a lot more than any other song, and part of that is just sheer statistics. It's a 25-minute song. I'm going to find more to dance to than in a 3-minute song. But it also has a lot of really great moments to it. High energy, high electricity, high virality. The energy of the vocalists is infectious. The grooves of the drums reach out of the headphones. It forced me to move. The song continues to escalate until we reach the final movement, which is more solitary. It's just Sufjan and his two guitars. I don't even think there were drums here. Not initially, anyways. It's quiet, it's simple. This eventually even dips down further into a drone. I didn't want the drone to take up the last 3 minutes of the album. But I also interpret it as a flatlining. I think it's the wrong tone for it, but it's still a solid digital tone. That's not where it went, though. We heard it for like 30 or 40 seconds, and then the true ending of the song kicked in, a bit more energetic. I kind of viewed this as the passing of time. This narrator getting wiser and growing older with all of his years until finding himself at the end of his life, looking back on all the memories he's made, good and bad. I believe some of the end lines there were, "Boy, look at the mess we made." I suppose that can be read in present tense, but I read that in past tense, what we've done in the past. And this kind of leads me to my next idea here. This album is very reverb heavy. It makes it difficult to focus on any one specific thing. Many of the details get obscured beneath layers and layers of echoes and delays and obscure choices. Even outside of the delay itself, there's still some wild rhythmic ideas and harmonic decisions across this album that create tension and dissonance, and honestly, they just catch you off guard often enough that you don't have a chance to look at the details of it all. They're obscured. Much like, well, time does to our own memories, as I was just talking about. The details get wiped away. It's harder and harder to see somebody's face that you last saw 30 years ago. The heavy reverb also ends up feeling very dreamlike to me. As if none of this is happening right now. It's got that fuzzy haziness to it. Like a memory. Divorced from the present time, but something we can revisit. And I wonder if that's what this is. An album of memories. All presented, complete with the messiness of the situations at the time, but the fuzziness of the memory itself, losing the details as our narrator gets older. That's how I interpret this album. Anyways, what allows it to all form together into a singular vision for me, and not just a series of wild songs that kind of have patterns to them, like when vocals get lined up or out of phase, and wild use of chiptune in some tracks. That chiptune stuff blows my mind. It's the last place I think I would have expected it. But yeah, having finished this up, this whole final 25 minutes, it's your life flashing before your eyes, going through as many memories as you can. Of course you're going to remember the good times, but it's impossible to completely avoid the bad ones, especially if they sit so prominently in your memory. They influenced who you were and how you developed as a person. How many choices did you make because of the mistakes you made previously, trying to avoid mistakes of the past, forming a new sense of self because of that. I find that really affecting. I don't know. I suppose I should read the lyrics and see if that's the intent right there, but also a part of me just wants to leave it as is. What if the lyrics contradict me? That's not a good read. I think that's a fantastic way to end the video, though. But if it's not accurate, I suppose I need to know. Let me dive into some lyrics here and we'll see what's going on in this 25-minute epic. I kind of wanted to like this song. Despite musically it not really be for me, I've run into this many times on the album. Musically, bounces off of me. Thematically, especially once we incorporate lyrics, I can see the artistic side to it. I can appreciate it from arm's length. In fact, I really appreciate the first 10 songs on this album. This one is just not clicking with me. It is a concept album. It is a concept song that encompasses 5 parts of a story that basically play out the exact same ideas we see elsewhere in the album. It starts out with the first part, which is our narrator speaking to a woman, realizing that the relationship isn't going to work. It's a bit of an inverse of what we've seen elsewhere, which is usually the narrator on the receiving end of the breakup, but still, we have a relationship, and the narrator says, as they put it, "It seems I got it all wrong. I was chasing after something that was gone." Says, "I'm trying to be something that I wasn't at all." Stating that they just want a perfect love, something small, something that works, and that they have an impossible soul. I'm not entirely sure what that's supposed to represent yet, but basically said that this relationship isn't working and you deserve better. So I think we have to end it. Part 2 moves in a very different direction. Maybe it's some sort of inner monologue. Maybe it is the woman he was speaking to. And this touches on the fears of being alone, something that I had spoken about. I don't remember what song it was. About the fact that he was jumping between relationships because he didn't know how to exist as a single entity. And so we see some of these ideas cropping up, I think for the first time explicitly in the lyrics. Says, do you want to be afraid? Do you want to be alone? And then we have this refrain, though, don't be distracted. It's interesting because we get to verse 3. Do you want to love me more? Love is the breath. If water and wave is cursed by the same thing that nurtured its shame, is it worth all the work? Don't be distracted. It comes in after every single verse. Don't be distracted. As if this is the negative thoughts. You need to break up with this person. Don't get distracted from that. And then the negative thoughts come in. Yeah, but dude, you're going to be alone. That's going to suck, man. Don't do that to us. As if, you have multiple voices in your head, I suppose. But yeah, that's what this feels like. It's the fear of being alone. You could end this relationship, but why would you? I mean, the alternative kind of sucks, doesn't it? And by the end of this movement, we have the repetition of no, don't be distracted. So we got to keep on with this. Part 3, though, is supposedly bringing in elements back from the song where he was sick. It was "Want to Be Well." Now this is where we begin to see some hyper repetition. Parts 1 and 2 have a bit more linearity to them. They do have repeated phrases, but they're telling the stories. This is where the mantras begin. This one says, stupid man in the window, I couldn't be at rest. All my delight, all that mattered, I couldn't be at rest. From what I liked, from what I gathered, I couldn't be at rest. Stupid man in the window, I couldn't be at rest. There's slight variation on the second verse of this, but it's basically the same thing. And I don't know how this works into the song. In fact, I barely understand how the stanzas work into the song. It wasn't except for the annotation that had mentioned that this was reminiscent of I Wish I Was Well, and it kind of is. So, again, it kind of feels like it comes out of nowhere. And then we do have the refrain, which is over and over, I know it wasn't safe to breathe at all. Which eventually changes to, I know it wasn't safe to speak at all. Which might relate to something else. Now that he has said his piece and a relationship is over, he might be having a bit of a panic attack. Those negative thoughts from the last section may be becoming a bit louder now, and the reality is setting in, and oh geez, I am alone. It wasn't safe to speak. And so we might be relating some of I Wish I Was Well and the feelings of that, the emotional distress of that song here. Maybe that's what's going on. Part 4 is the hyper-repetitive choir section. It's a long life, better pinch yourself, put your face together, better get it right. It's a long life, better hit yourself, put your face together, better stand up straight. There is a lot of variation, minor variation on these lines, but the idea is fairly consistent. It's a long life. Make sure you're awake for it. Put your face together and be presentable for your life. Don't let it slide by. Don't half-ass it. Do your life the best that you can. Over and 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 over. This eventually also runs into the next repetition. Boy, we can do much more together. This doesn't make much sense right here, but it does pick up in the next section. This goes on for a long time. Part 5. We have a return to the boy and the girl from verse 1. And our narrator says, I never meant to cause you pain. I never meant to lead you on. I only meant to please me. I only wanted what was best for me. Coming back to some of the ideas we heard earlier in this album, he's a selfish person. He's in these relationships for him. Yeah, I mean, there was a sense of love for it, for the other people that he had been in relationships with, but ultimately it was to avoid the loneliness. It was for him, not for the relationship. And so the next stanza is, and then you tell me, boy, we can do much more together. Almost as if the woman is pleading, hey, we don't have to end things here. We can do more together. And he comes back, I'm nothing but a selfish man. Did you think I'd stay the night? Did you think I'd love you forever? This feels very biting. But I think it's a reality of the situation, that this was always going to be temporary because it was never a real relationship. I was always in it for me. You could have been anyone, and I think jumping between the relationships in the first 4 or 5 songs really showcases that. It didn't matter who the other person was. He needed to stick with them. The relationships always ended on somebody else's command, so to speak, on somebody else's choice. He could never have made this choice himself because it was never about the other person. He just can't be alone. And so he confesses it right here. I'd never love you forever. It was never about you. I'm a selfish man. And I really like this growing up, this maturity showcased here. And the end jumps back and forth between three things. First, it's, boy, we could do much more together, bringing the pleading back. And then we have, girl, I want nothing less than pleasure, bringing back the idea of the selfishness. Saying, we could do more together, just stay with me. And he's like, no, this was never going to work. It was never my intention for it to work. Not in the way that it needs to, for you to be happy with it as well. And so we finally get the final line of the album. Boy, we made such a mess together. It was a messy relationship. And it ended kind of messy right here. And that's the song. And I sit here reading this, I'm like, this is kind of neat. It revisits a lot of themes of the album. It really feels like this was a demo EP that eventually got turned into the larger album, and then they also spruced it up and tossed it out at the end. But it also showcases a lot of growth of our narrator. From that perspective, I like it. It inverts everything. What used to be him on the receiving end and not knowing why he was in those relationships and couldn't tell people he loved them because it never felt right. He knows why now. This is a fantastic way to wrap up the story. It did not need to be 25 minutes long, though. I do not feel any gain from the hyper repetition. Not emotionally, not narratively. This is supposed to be a big, emotional, climactic ending to the album, and honestly, I was kind of bored throughout a lot of it. I think it also works for the concept of memory, though. I don't think lyrically it really works from that perspective, but the idea that these are all musical memories, hazy and full of details that kind of get lost in the length of the things. I like that interpretation of the album. I don't know that it's fully supported by the text, but it's going to be my headcanon, I think. But this ending, man. This could have been a 10-minute song, and I think it would have been a lot more impactful, at least for me. Those are my thoughts. Sufjan Stevens, The Age of Adz. Even that itself is odd. There's a lot of things I don't get about this album. I'm just going to say that right here. But I do appreciate it. I'm glad I've listened to it. And it makes me want to check out more from Stevens. More so than I think any other song has. He has a very unique voice in the realm of music, but it just wasn't quite honed into something that I personally enjoyed here, and I really want that to be the big takeaway. I had a lot of praise for this album, and I really think people should focus on that. I think I had some good insight into the album and what it's trying to do as well. Focus on that too. I had some criticism for it, but all the criticism I don't think falls under anything but subjectiveness. It's my opinion. If you disagree with me, that's fine, but focus on the positive that I put out here then. It's not an album I think I'm ever going to return to, but it was beautifully wonderful in the wildest ways and kept me on my toes. There's very few albums that can do that consistently, and Sufjan did it for like 75 minutes, so that's bonkers. But yeah, these are my thoughts. Let me know yours down in the comments section. Is there anything that stood out to you? Anything you'd like to add on to what I said or correct me on? I know my posture is getting terrible here. Standing for like 4 hours straight is not great. I mean, let Let me know your thoughts, opinions, and perspectives. Put all that stuff down in the comments section. Above that, in the description box, you'll find a link to Linktree. It takes you here. You can find ways to support the channel. You can find a link to the Discord server. You can find my music. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. Go ahead and check it out. Above that, that is the description box. Above that, like, subscribe, and ring the bell. I greatly appreciate all three of those. They help out the channel and all that YouTube stuff. You guys know the drill. I don't have to tell you, right? If you're here watching a 4.5-hour video, 4-hour video about an album, you probably already know how YouTube works. You know you should like. Anyways, I'm rambling. That wraps up for today. I'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. UTC. We're going to do a live stream, 2 hours-ish of just checking out music, having good conversation, good company, real chill time. I get to turn my brain off a little bit and enjoy some stuff semi-casually, which is always nice. Alright, until next time, remember to be critical, not cynical, of the music you listen to, and have a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, whenever you choose to watch my videos.